and welcome to those who just joined in. We actually have a very important visiting artist here today, and he was just up in the front talking with me a little bit. I was getting together some information to talk about to you guys while he's here, but he's here for 3 days starting today, so he'll be here all the way through Sunday. And his name is Raven Skyriver. He is the one currently sitting at the center bench right now. Now, I do have a little bit of information about him. That slideshow you saw on the screen was all his own artwork. He's been blowing glass since 16, and he lives and works blowing glass in the greater Seattle area. And you'll see that a lot of his work is relating to marine life, and this is inspired by his island upbringing. And with these pieces that he's making during this residency, he's hoping to put maybe the salmon. We have some pieces of a salmon down in the front here into a gallery that's coming up at the Museum of Glass called Field Notes. So you might be able to see some of this work in person while it's made here at the museum. If not, going into that gallery, he actually has a couple of places that he puts his work currently and continuously. Stonington Gallery in Seattle and Blue Rain in Santa Fe, New Mexico. So those are a couple of places you could see his work, as well as his website. If you just look up his name, he will pop up right away because he is a pretty prominent glass blower in the glass blowing world. But today we're going to be working on a humpback whale and a squid, and we're going to be starting with the humpback whale first. And I was told that this is, of course, going to be a little bit of a smaller scale. It's not like we're making an actual humpback whale. But if you guys have any questions throughout the entire process, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. And I can give you some more information about the artist. I could talk about the glass. I could talk about the museum. Just a couple of examples to get your brain going. Raven Skyriver. Skyriver, yeah. And he's part Tlingit, which is a native Alaskan kind of indigenous people, and this is part of Southeast Alaska, apparently. He was just talking to me a little bit about it. So this is the very, very beginning of the process. We already have a little bit of colored glass on this pipe, and we've then gathered one layer of clear over top of this. And it might be kind of hard to tell, but if you look at the screen, you could kind of see a separation where the glass is glowing really brightly and then where it's glowing kind of orange. So this is telling me that they've pushed all of the clear glass to the very, very end of the color. So now when they blow the bubble up inside of this glass, it's going to try to push into the hotter glass at the bottom, and it's going to create something called a blow-through, which creates a gradient of glass. It's honestly a relatively complex technique, and so it's kind of hard to explain, but it's just to get a gradient in the glass. And so this is, I'm trying to find a good comparison with a gradient, but it looks like I don't have one out at the moment. Yeah, now it's super obvious. You can really see where that clear is separated from the color. Yeah, well, you guys came on a day where we're making some really complex stuff, so I'm sorry. But I do want to give you guys an overview of the hot shop then, since you haven't been here before. So just to talk about some of the heats or temperatures in here, the clear glass furnace is staying right around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. Each time we go into this furnace with the closed door, we're getting a new layer of clear glass over top of what we already have, which is why we went in there. And this furnace, once again, it stays on 24/7, so that glass is always ready for us to use. Meanwhile, these open face furnaces, they might be a little bit warmer, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, but we actually turn those off when we're done using them and then turn them back on in the morning. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad you asked. I love complex questions, and I personally haven't seen Raven's work this up close and in person. And if you guys are curious, you can come down and take a closer look, but the pattern on the shell and the fins of this turtle are really complex. And the way they did this, just based on what I'm seeing, is they have a layer of kind of cream color across the entire piece of glass. And then what they do is they sprinkle different colors over top in the form of powder or frit, which are shards of colored glass. And so that's how we get kind of these patches or gradients of different colors. And then on top of that, I was told this morning how he got these designs is he places basically a sticker over each of these individual sections of the shell, and then he sandblasts the surface of the glass, and that etches away at the color, revealing the cream color underneath. So that's how we got these really incredible, intricate designs. And from here, you can then bring this glass back up to about 2100, or sorry, probably about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. Eventually bring it up higher than that, but we can bring it up to 1000 degrees Fahrenheit and then melt the surface of the glass very lightly, and that smooths the pattern out instead of leaving it rough. And I was overhearing earlier that this bubble of glass over on the right bench is probably going to be turning into something called a color cup. So this is basically a little bit of prep work for making a piece that has color in it in any sort of way. So this is just going to turn into a round bottomed cup that's pretty large, maybe about this wide on the bottom. And eventually, they'll be able to create another bubble of glass, whether this has another color on it or clear, and they'll stuff that inside of that color cup to pick it up. Yeah, but we're going to be working on the humpback whale first. So this is going to be the color for the humpback whale. So it's really hard to describe the coloring of the glass without having a visual example, but these pieces of colored glass here, this is called color bar, and we will take a section of this and melt it down and then drop it on top of a small clear bubble and spread that color completely over top, covering the clear, and that creates a layer of color across the entire blown piece. So for example, the shell for this turtle, it looks like this was blown, and that's how we got the cream color across the entire surface of the glass. But for the green and sort of amber color, this was completely different. It's looking like they used a powdered colored glass or frit, which is just shards of colored glass. And that's basically just taking a piece of color bar and smashing it up really fine. And then they can literally sprinkle that on the surface, depending on how fine it is, or they can take the molten glass and roll it in a dish of that color to pick it up. That was what I was talking about earlier, where we put the stickers on the surface of the glass and then we sandblast the surface, and that kind of cuts through the colored layers, the green and the amber, and then it shows off the cream colored layer underneath again. Yeah, so some of this was sculptural, like the fins and the head are sculptural, but the body is blown. And so for the body, they probably blew it out and shaped it before doing some of this color. But of course, all of the sandblasting, etching, that's all done when the glass is cold. And we can actually bring this back up to temperature again. And yeah, it's really hard to describe the exact process of the different tools we use to create exact shapes. It's better to just kind of see it for yourself, which you'll see some shaping going on in the hot shop today. We just use a variety of metal tools, and then rarely we'll sometimes use graphite and wooden tools as well. So it's really hard to blow glass by yourself because you need to be able to physically work on the piece while someone is shielding your arm from the heat that's radiating off of the glass. And even then, I guess you can wear a shield, kind of like a reflective shield on your arm, and that eliminates that one job. But then you need somebody to blow into the end of the pipe, like Gabe is doing right now, while you're working on the glass at the same time. And technically, this can be eliminated too by attaching a hose to the end of the pipe, and you can blow for yourself. But then on top of that, eventually we have to bring over another pipe and attach it to the end of whatever we're working on. And then we break the piece off from its original pipe. And you can actually see this with a lot of blown pieces that are not completely done. Like this one has this bit of clear attached to the very end of the turtle shell, and that's where that second pipe was attached. And then we simply broke it off from its original pipe on the opposite side. So that is basically impossible to do by yourself, especially the larger the piece, because you can't hold on to one pipe while bringing over another pipe at the same time and attaching it to the bottom. So you usually need a team of 2 or 3 people at least. And by the way, just to point out, Raven Skyriver, he is our visiting artist, and he has designed all these pieces, and he gets to do pretty much whatever he wants with these resulting pieces. We tend to have a lot of visiting artists that come through, and the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass, our Museum of Glass hot shop team, they work here full time, will help them make these pieces kind of come to life. And it may seem a little bit odd, but this is just what their job is. They help visiting artists that come through. They make items for the store. They just do a variety of work every day, always in the hot shop. No? Yeah, glass blowing is, in my opinion, pretty hard to get into. You kind of have to get lucky in a sort of way. Like, for example, out here in Tacoma, specifically in Tacoma and a couple of other places across the US, there are programs where youth can get involved, oftentimes for free as well. So I personally got started at 15 working with glass in a local program here. And that is, in my opinion, very lucky. Like, not everyone has that opportunity. And other than that, people who want to start as adults, they have to pay for college classes. They have to spend thousands, if not like $1 million on a hot shop of their own. They have to assist people and just kind of squeeze in some of their own stuff in a short period of time. You know, they have to kind of make it work and work their way up in the glass world, or they just have to spend a lot of money. And to have a lot of money, you have to be kind of lucky for that as well. So it's just a little bit hard to get into for sure. So interestingly enough, I think part of that is correct. So glass blowing has become more popular, and because of that, more people are creating more opportunities, and there are more hot shops opening up, right? But because it's more popular, there are more people interested as well, and so there's always going to be a large number of people that are interested but can't really get into it, versus a long time ago when they were just kind of bringing hot shops over here. There were very few people that knew about it, very few people that were interested, and also very few hot shops. So it's always been a little bit of a balance. But there are lots of programs. Like, for example, here at the Museum of Glass, we have a program for military and veterans, and that allows them to blow glass for free. It's almost a little bit like art therapy, like a way for them to get back into society and have something to do. But that one is once or twice a week. It's a really good program. So that's just one example of something that hot shops do to kind of give back to the community and get other people involved. So yeah, there are things out there that's not just youth programs now that I think about it. So over on that right bench, we actually just broke that cup off the end of the pipe and into a heated ring on the floor. And our visiting artist, Raven, has actually just brought over a bubble of glass and stuffed it inside of that cup to pick it up. So this is what I was talking about earlier, how we were going to use this stuffed cup by stuffing another bubble inside of it. So now we have this gradient of color on the very outside of this large mass of clear glass. And I'm not sure if everyone heard me earlier about what we're making. Did you figure out what we're making yet? Yeah, you know? Okay. Yeah, we're working on a humpback whale. I'm really excited to see it. So after picking up a color cup, we always come over to the marver, this metal table, start rolling the glass over top of it. And as you can see, this has kind of pushed the cup fully down onto the glass bubble, just creating a really smooth, even surface. So whenever the glass is really thick or getting kind of cold, you do actually have to use quite a bit of force to blow into the piece. But oftentimes we don't have to blow very hard because we've gotten the glass really hot, or we're working with relatively delicate art like goblets, for example. They have very thin walls. And at that point, we have to blow so softly that it almost feels like you're not blowing at all. Otherwise, you could blow something so thin that it'll break. Yeah, gravity is going to totally pull at the glass at all times, which is why we're constantly rolling the pipe back and forth across the bench. And you may not notice, but we're also constantly rotating the pipe when we're inside of the furnace as well. Just kind of rotating it in place, of course. So yeah, we're always keeping the glass moving. And on the very end of this bubble, there's this little tiny window of clear that's kind of showing inside of the piece. So we're just going to cut off the very end of this bubble and get rid of that imperfection, that little bit of excess glass. And this leaves us with color all the way to the very end of our bubble. We want to make sure that that color is really smooth and connected at all points. And it's looking like we're going to be using this box up in the front here as well. We're going to be picking something else up on this bubble. I'm not quite sure what it is myself yet. I think maybe it could be another color cup, but we'll see. And next we're going in with a pad. This is actually just folded up newspaper soaked with water. And using this pad, we can kind of guide which way the bubble blows out and just kind of do some shaping overall. This is as close as we get to using our hands to shape the glass. So yeah, sculpting and glass blowing, the difference is, of course, that the sculpted piece of glass is not hollow, so it hasn't been blown. But honestly, they are relatively similar processes. When you blow a piece of glass, you're still going to be shaping it in some sort of way. Usually, you don't usually just blow it out and leave it as a round bubble. You usually will shape it. So this one, they have flattened it. It looks like the shell itself is kind of has like this ridge on the side, so it's like very three-dimensional. And that requires them to make sure that they're not collapsing the bubble while they're working on those details. So honestly, blowing a piece of glass and shaping it adds a little bit more complexity in a way as well. Yeah, it looks like they were just doing a little bit of a size check in the front here, just making sure that the bubble's the right size. Over there is a pipe cooler. I know we don't have a good view of it from here, but this is just a trough of water that they set the pipe down into. The heat does start to travel towards your hands with the larger amounts of glass that you're working with. So we've just brought it back to the center bench. We're sitting and just letting it cool down a little bit. We always do this before we gather our next layer of clear over top of what we already have. So it's looking like we will gather one more layer of clear, and this is going to basically create a superheated surface because that molten clear is as hot as you can get in this hot shop. And then we will go pretty much right away into this box and pick up our next piece of glass. Yes, so we can technically cool glass down at room temperature. It's just most or more likely to break or crack from thermal shock. But if we were to leave a piece of glass out, it could cool down within like maybe a half hour or so. And whenever we cool down pieces in the hot shop that we want to keep, you'll see us put them inside of these large black boxes on the far walls of the hot shop. And these are called annealers. And once again, it's kind of a similar process as ceramics, as I was describing earlier, where we very slowly bring down the temperature. And that's going to prevent thermal shock, which is the glass will break from cooling too quickly. And you can actually see that happening in the opposite direction as well. You can heat up glass too quickly on top of cooling it down too quickly. There are videos online of people boiling water and then pouring it on their windshields in the winter to thaw their windows faster, and that will crack the window. It's really interesting. Also, now the gradient on this bubble is really obvious. I just want to point that out before we get our next color, just because it won't be so obvious anymore. Whenever we're working with the glass in the hot shop, it's going to glow orange or red or kind of yellow even. And then as it cools down, it becomes its true color again. And of course, the glass is glowing that orange color because it's so hot, it's radiating its own light, just like lava. So as we're sitting at the center bench, every now and then we're going into the furnace, and this is called flashing. We're just trying to make sure that the glass is staying relatively warm. We don't want it to drop below that dangerous temperature of about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And while we're waiting, we're just kind of waiting for this box to come up to temperature. There's a certain temperature we're trying to hit. Yeah, it looks like that temperature is up enough for them to get started on the next step, which is gathering that fresh layer of clear over top of what they already have. And next we strip some of this gather off by hanging it over a bucket. So this clear glass is literally stripping off of the bubble. It's just creating a thinner layer of clear. And after giving that bubble a brief heat, we come over to this box in the front. And each time we stuff a bubble into a cup, we have to be really careful to make sure that we're going straight into the bottom of the cup before touching the sides on accident. Otherwise, we can't really fill up the entire thing. There's just a lot of detail and thought that goes into every single step of this process. So now we have our next layer of color over top of what we already had. And this is going to now have two different colors on the same bubble. And because of that gradient we made earlier, we're going to be able to see those two colors kind of fading into one another. So just like with the first color cup we used today, we're just working on pushing the entire cup, kind of conforming it to the bubble. So we're using the marver again, this large metal table, to push that cup down. And I know a few new people have joined here and there, so I just want to quickly mention again that we are creating a humpback whale in the hot shop right at this moment. This is still pretty early on in the process. We've only just gotten the colors that we needed for the kind of the base of the whale itself. And it's really hard to explain this process without you guys seeing it. I'm sorry you guys missed it earlier, but we got a gradient of color on the surface of the glass through a technique called a blow-through. And just to point out, we have a gradient of one color on the very end of the bubble, and then we have a gradient coming from the other direction that we've just applied from the opposite side of the bubble, the area that's closest to the pipe. So we have these two colors fading into each other, basically. And all of the work that our visiting artist creates is always very detailed, down to the color, the texture, the shape. Everything is extremely detailed. And I'm glad that we have at least one piece of his on display right here on this front pedestal. Raven Skyriver, once again, he's our visiting artist today. He's the one currently working with the glass, and he likes to create a lot of marine life when it comes to his glass work. And could I have some more examples of his work up on the screen, please? So at some point today, I'll be pulling up a slideshow here and there to kind of show off some of his artwork. Might not work right at this moment, but I'll call for it later once, oh, there we go. So up on the screen, you should see a slideshow of all of Raven's previous work. This just gives you some really good examples of what he's capable of making. And once again, I'm just really impressed by all the detail. He's going to be working on a variety of projects throughout these next 2 days, so today and then the next 2 days as well. He has some pieces that he is going to be working on even further. For example, we have some fins right here for a salmon. And then we also have a mostly made or partially made turtle down in the front right here, which is really impressive. And I can kind of describe how we got the texture on the surface of the glass. If anyone's curious, feel free to just ask me any questions you have throughout this entire process. So for those who just joined in, we have a visiting artist on the hot shop floor with us today. His name is Raven Skyriver, and he's the one currently sitting and working at the center bench. Everyone else around him is sort of assisting him in making these pieces. These are all his designs. And he has some works in progress on these front benches, or sorry, front tables here that we're going to be finishing throughout the weekend. And then we also have a complete work here on the front pedestal, which is really cool. It seems like a lot of his work is, of course, about marine life, and then on top of that, realism. A lot of these pieces have a lot of realistic color and detail, and some of them even size. But right now we're going to be creating a humpback whale, and that one is going to be realistic in color and shape, but not size. That would be insane. So this piece at the center bench, we're kind of just starting this. You missed the application of color to the glass, but we basically use something called color bar, which is this piece of solid colored glass here. And we'll take a section of it, melt it down, and then drop it onto a small clear bubble of glass, kind of spread it over top. And that creates a layer of color across the entire bubble. So we have color across the entire piece right now. Oh, and as soon as I'm talking about that, it looks like they're going to be doing another color overlay over on the right bench. So this is exactly how we get our color. As we're watching them blow this piece out at the center bench, they're going to be starting something new over there on the right. And the way that this hot shop presentation sort of works is it's kind of continuous throughout the day. So if you guys have missed anything throughout any point, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. I can answer any questions you have. Now we've just heated this glass up a little bit, and as soon as we came out of the furnace, we hung it down towards the floor. And we're even going further and swinging this glass back and forth. All of this is to stretch the glass out a little bit. When we hang it towards the floor, we're using gravity to pull it. And then when we swing it, this creates something called centrifugal force, which is the outward pulling force from spinning. So just stretching that glass out even faster. And over on that right bench, we're about to see that color drop or color overlay. We're holding this pipe upright with one small clear bubble on the end. And then we're going to completely melt and heat up this bit of color on the end of the other pipe, bring it over, and then drop it on top of that bubble. And this is a process I was describing to some of you guys earlier. This is how we get one solid color across the entire piece. And I know I mentioned the temperature of the furnaces is right around 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So just to mention, this torch that they've been using is about that same temperature as well, but this torch is used to heat up sections of the glass at a time instead of heating up the entire piece of glass inside of the furnace overall. And now it looks like we're going to get started on the shaping. So this is the exciting part here. We're going to go in with a couple of corkwood paddles eventually, which were just brought out. These are, as the name might suggest, corkwood. And we use these to flatten the sides of the piece, and this creates a shape kind of like the body of a fish, for example, with those flattened sides, or like the shell of this turtle where we have those flattened sides as well. So once again, we're going in with these corkwood paddles, and Raven is partially using them to flatten the sides of the piece, but he's also going in kind of on the very end of the bubble, and he's able to carve in just one section of glass. When it comes to the shaping of glass in any sort of way, it's less of a perfect explanation, more of a watch and see how it's done. And just to kind of talk about the overall process, we'll work on one side of the piece first, and then we eventually attach another pipe to that side that we've finished, and then we break the piece off of the pipe and then start working on the other side. And the way that I've seen this done is we'll usually work on the face, kind of head of the animal first, and then we'll attach that second pipe, and then we'll start working on the tail and the kind of end of the body and finish it off. So this is most likely going to be the head. I could be wrong though. Sometimes with animals that have large tails, we would work on the tail first. And welcome into the hot shop. We're working on making a humpback whale right now, just to let you know what we're working on. And we've just pretty much gotten started on the shaping. And once again, for those who just joined in, I just wanted to point out we're working on making a humpback whale right now at the center bench. And our visiting artist, Raven Skyriver, is just going in with 2 corkwood paddles at the moment, doing some shaping. So just to point out, we're using this much smaller handheld torch at the moment. And this is actually pretty different from this large fluffy flame. This really small torch packs a big punch. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to very quickly heat a small section of glass, and this is really helpful for detailed work, such as sculpting or making faces, for example. And once again, since Raven Skyriver puts a lot of detail into his work, we're probably going to see this torch used quite a bit. And next we're going in with a drill bit. This is basically just a tungsten drill bit inside of a regular old drill. And we're heating it up while pushing it into the glass at the same time. This is usually used to completely go through the wall of the piece and basically create a place for us to allow air to escape, so we're not creating something like a vacuum. But it looks like in this case we're actually just using it to create some designs. We didn't push all the way through the glass, we just kind of pushed into the surface. And I see quite a few new people have joined just here and there. So just to quickly reintroduce what we have going on, we actually have a visiting artist with us today. And once again, his name is Raven Skyriver. He's the one who's currently working on torching and sculpting the glass, kind of standing outside of the bench at the moment. And he's making a humpback whale right now. Oh, I have closed captioning on the screen because we use the torches constantly. I know, it's a little bit loud and echoey and everything you can imagine. So the closed captioning should help out. But yeah, right now we're making a humpback whale. That's all I was trying to tell you guys at the moment. And just to talk about our visiting artist himself a little, so once again, Raven Skyriver's here today. He's designed all of these pieces, and he creates a lot of marine life, and this is inspired by his island upbringing. We have one of his finished pieces on display on this front pedestal right here, and we also have some kind of unfinished work on the front tables here that he's going to be finishing throughout this weekend. He's here for 3 days, so today and then Saturday and Sunday, so he's going to be able to create quite a bit in the hot shop. And once again, his goal for today is to create this humpback whale and also to create a squid, apparently. And could I have Raven's slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So I want to point out this slideshow up on the screen. This is all of Raven's previous work that he's made. Well, not all of it, but a large selection. And once again, you're going to see that marine life theme. He lives and works in the greater Seattle area blowing glass, and he has actually been blowing glass since 16 years old. Now, one of the pieces he's going to be making during this residency is a salmon, which he has some of the fins laid out for it already on this front table. And he's hoping that this salmon will be able to go into an exhibit here at the Museum of Glass coming up in November. That's called Field Notes. So you may get to see some of this work be made in person and then put on display in the same place. And if it doesn't go there, then he has a couple of galleries that he does bring his work to. He has a gallery that he puts his work in Seattle called Stonington Gallery. And then he also has Blue Rain which is in Santa Fe, New Mexico. So he has a couple of places you could check out. Yeah, we're just getting started on the sculpting of this humpback whale. And it's really hard to explain the sculpting process. It's more of something that you just kind of watch and observe. Once again, the person who is sculpting right at this moment is our visiting artist himself, Raven Skyriver. He's going in with this really hot handheld torch. And this is really helpful for detailed art. And then he goes in with these various sculpting tools, such as metal paddles. Sometimes you'll even see artists using something like a steel butter knife. Honestly, any tool that is useful will be used. So I know a lot of you guys missed the very beginning of the process where we got the color on this glass, and so that's something I just wanted to talk about briefly while we're continuing to sculpt this piece. So luckily I have these really good examples down in the front. This piece of solid colored glass through and through, this is called color bar. And we'll take a section of this, like sometimes literally just this much, and we will melt it down and then drop it on top of a small clear bubble on the end of a pipe. And then we spread that color over top of the entire bubble, and that creates a layer of color across the entire piece, as you might imagine. Now with this whale here, we actually have two different colors, I believe. We created a cup of colored glass and stuffed a bubble of clear glass inside of it to pick it up, and that just makes sure the color's on the very outside of the piece, even though we have thick glass. And by the way, I do want to point out, since Raven Skyriver is going to be here all weekend, and I'm sure you guys are interested in a variety of his projects other than the humpback whale as well, we do live stream our hot shop activities every single day. The museum is open, so even if you guys weren't able to make it to see this turtle be finished, for example, you guys can tune in to the live stream and you can watch them do that. And if you guys are still going to be in the area, we have an important event going on tomorrow where we'll have free admission all day into the museum, and then we'll also have a lot of tents set up outside with art being sold, a lot of glass. This is called Glass Fest Northwest. It happens once a year, and once again, that's happening tomorrow. So if you guys are still in the area, then that would be something really fun to check out. And then there's also the In the Spirit Northwest Native Festival happening at the same time, which is, I assume, partially why Raven Skyriver is here, and that's why he's making some of these specific animals or creatures as well. Once again, Raven Skyriver is part Tlingit, which is a native Alaskan indigenous tribe, and this is from southeast Alaska, apparently. He and I were talking a little bit about it this morning. And if you guys are curious about more of his background or the glass or anything else, feel free to just grab my attention and ask me any questions. So just to point out, we're using this rod of clear glass. This is called a stringer. Basically, just as the name might describe, this is a string of glass. Usually we use a colored glass when it comes to these, but it looks like this is just clear glass that we're using. So we're going in, we're pushing this clear glass into the surface, and then we're cutting some of that glass off once it sticks. So just to point out exactly what is happening, earlier I was thinking we were using this clear and applying clear to the piece, but instead we're actually heating up sections of the piece, sticking this clear glass into that heated section, and then pulling away. And this is actually stretching that heated section of the glass out. So instead, this is creating kind of bumps across the surface of the piece. We're not applying any glass like I thought we were. And by the way, if anyone is curious, I do have some cards down here with the visiting artist information, and that will give you his website and his Instagram, for example. So they are working on a humpback whale right now, and they're just starting on the details and the carving in this glass. They've already blown it out. This is a hollow piece. It might be a little bit hard to tell because of the color of the glass. But yeah, this is going to be a humpback whale. Later on today, they're apparently making a squid as well. And then throughout this entire residency, so today through Sunday, they're going to be making a variety of sea or marine creatures. And there's some projects that are kind of unfinished that are going to be finished as well. Like we have this turtle out here. We have some fins for a salmon over on this table. Oh yeah, and with this turtle that's out on the front table, it was explained to me earlier today how they got some of the patterning in the shell and in the fins. And so if anyone has any questions about that, feel free to ask away. I really love talking about glass, so I really do not mind. Now this next step here is pretty important. We're going in with a tungsten bit on the end of a drill, and we're superheating that bit with a really focused flame up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit while pushing it into the bottom. And as you can see, this was pushed all the way through. So now air can technically pass through that small opening in the side of the piece. And this is telling me that we're probably going to be attaching another hollow pipe over that opening we just created and then breaking this piece off of the pipe it's on right now. It's really important that we drilled that hole because this piece is going to be completely closed off on the head and the tail, and that can create a vacuum. And as you know, a vacuum can possibly cause the glass to implode or break, and so it's just really important that we keep that in mind. And for those who recently joined in, I just want to point out once again that we're making a humpback whale right now, and we're just finishing off the head area. It looks like we're going to get started on the second half of the piece, which is the tail end. And also just to point out the clever placement of that hole we just drilled. This is exactly where we have the blowhole for the humpback whale. So it does have a purpose of making sure that we don't have a vacuum inside of the piece, but it's also creating the blowhole at the same time. By the way, if you're wondering why we keep torching this area of the glass, this is the last part of the glass that is going into the furnace as we go in. It's also the first thing coming out. So this area is naturally going to be pretty cold compared to the rest of the piece. We want to make sure that everything is staying right around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. Otherwise, we risk breaking from thermal shock. So we're just evening that heat out, making sure the cold area stays warm. And every now and then we go in and out of the furnace. This is called flashing. Once again, we're just keeping the entire thing warm while we are waiting on the next step. And in the front here, Raven has an even smaller piece of glass than last time. You remember that small clear rod we were working with earlier? Well, now this one is actually a colored rod of glass. I'm assuming it looks like black this time. And we're heating up just a really small section on the end until it forms a ball. It's kind of melting onto itself and creating a ball. And we're going to use this to create, I'm guessing, I could be wrong, the eye for this humpback whale. Yep, so it looks like we're heating up the eye area. Then we're going to press this little ball of black glass right into the side of this piece, creating a single eyeball. Yes, so at the center bench, we've just brought over a hollow pipe with a little bit of clear on the end. And this was actually opened up into kind of a cone shape and then attached to the end of the piece. And I actually have not seen this done before, so I'm still trying to figure out what they're doing here. But if I watch long enough, I can definitely figure it out. So I was just asking about this bit of clear that was added to the piece at the center bench. I was also asking about what they're making over on the right. So they're continuously working on that right bench as well, but this is all going to be contributed to the humpback whale at the center bench in some sort of way. Now this pipe that we're working on over on the right is actually just becoming a punty, which is a second pipe that they attach to the piece at the center bench. It's basically just going to create a handle on the piece. You'll see that in a moment, relatively soon here. Now this bit of clear that was attached to the piece at the center bench, I was told is something called a punty patch. So this is where they're going to be attaching a second pipe to break this piece off of its current pipe right now. And just to let any newcomers know, right now we're working on making a humpback whale at the center bench. And we've just finished off the face. We're gonna be attaching the punty soon and then breaking it off of the pipe. That's what I was just previously describing to the audience. And as soon as I have a more dull moment, a little bit of time, I do want to show off some more of the artist's artwork. But at this moment, we're still working pretty hard, so I don't want to distract from the work that they're doing. But once again, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to just grab my attention at any point. So once again, the purpose of attaching this second pipe and then breaking the piece off of its original pipe is basically just to get access to the other side of the piece. So we've just done that, and now we can start working on the tail for this humpback whale. By the way, once again, we do have some partially complete pieces on the front tables here. If anyone's curious about seeing them, you're welcome to come up closer in the front rows and take a peek, take pictures. I also do have some cards of Raven Skyrivers, and this will give you guys his Instagram and his website if you guys want to see some more of his work. I have these, just let me know if you want them. So we've heated up the wall of the piece, just a small spot, and we still have that opening where the tail's going to be eventually, but we're keeping this opening for now because as you just saw for a brief moment, we're going to be sticking a tool inside of this piece and then pushing the piece out from inside. And this is something that I don't see very often in the hot shop, but this is another way to sculpt and shape the glass. So we're going in and we're going to push from the inside of the piece. This tool has this little ball on the end. And then we've gone in with that super hot handheld torch. We've reheated that spot. Then we went in with a tool and kind of pushed it right into the middle, kind of separating that piece of glass into two sections. And once again, this is all just a long, continuous sculpting process. So I am describing it a little bit, but it's better explained visually when you watch it. And once again, for the few that have recently joined, I just want to point out that we're working on a humpback whale at the center bench here. We've already worked on the face and kind of the first half of the whale. And then eventually we're going to start working on the tail, which is the furthest end from the pipe. And eventually I'll be able to pull up a slideshow and kind of show off some of our visiting artist artwork, but we're going to have to wait just a minute on that. And I see a few new people have joined here and there. So just once again, at the center bench, we're working on making a humpback whale at the moment. And as soon as I can, I want to give like an overview of the visiting artist and show you guys some of his previously made artwork. By the way, he does have some pieces out that are really good examples of some of his marine life work. And our visiting artist is right here in the yellow gloves. His name is Raven Skyriver. I do have some information on him on these little cards. These have his website and his Instagram. If you guys want to see more of his work, then feel free to just ask me for one of these cards. And then, yeah, once again, I want to introduce him again and show off some more of his work in a minute here. I'm just waiting to get access to those photos. Oh, perfect. Just as I said that, up on the screen, we now have a slideshow going. This is what I've been wanting to show off to you guys. For those who were curious earlier, this is the slideshow of Raven Skyriver's artwork up on the screen, some previous pieces that he's made. Now, Raven Skyriver lives and works pretty locally, so in the greater Seattle area. And he did start blowing glass at around 16. I know, yeah. He's been blowing glass and working in this profession for a little while. And his depiction of marine life is inspired by his island upbringing. He's going to be working on a huge variety of projects during this entire residency. Right now, we're specifically working on a humpback whale, kind of like what you see here. And then we'll also be working on a squid later on in the day. And we have 2 more full days of him being here. So he'll be here Saturday and Sunday working on even more projects, such as a salmon, which he has the fins for, and then maybe finishing this turtle over on the front table over here. Now, at the moment, we keep heating up small sections of this humpback whale, and then Raven is going in with a sculpting tool on the inside of the piece and pushing outwards. And this sculpting tool is relatively simple. It's just this long steel rod with a steel ball on the end, but they come in many different sizes as well as different shapes so that we can reach into very specific shapes of glass blown pieces. And these 2 corkwood paddles, we use these in the very beginning of the process to get the overall shape of the body, but now we're going back in with them. So yes, once again, these are just made out of corkwood, and they do smoke and burn away while we use them, but we need to have an insulating material when we're touching the sides of the glass like this, so we're not causing any rippling or any thermal shock. And I haven't mentioned this in a little while. If you guys are going to be in the area tomorrow, we actually will have free admission into the museum all day, and we're going to have something called Glass Fest Northwest. There's going to be a whole bunch of tables where they're selling art, mostly glass, I believe, outside at this event, outside, literally just outside the museum here. And then they're going to have Raven Skyriver still here making some really impressive artwork. And then we're also going to have In the Spirit Northwest Native Festival, and that is going to be happening all here at the museum. Once again, free admission. So I really recommend stopping by again if you can. So it looks like we're finished sculpting from the inside of the piece. We no longer need this opening on the end. So we're going to break a little bit of excess glass right off the end where we're going to have the tail eventually. We want this piece to be closed off for the most part. Earlier, you guys weren't here for this, but earlier we drilled a hole into the side of the piece, and this is going to prevent us from creating a vacuum by completely closing the piece off. So even though we are closing off the end right now, we still have that opening in the side. So we've just brought out and attached our first fin. All sculptural elements that are attached to pieces, whether it's a blown piece or completely sculptural, all pieces of glass that are attached together need to be warmed up, especially if they're a little bit larger. So this piece of glass was brought up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit inside of this large silver box right here called the garage. And then once it was 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, we could heat it up a little bit more from there and actually use it. But if we were to try to attach a cold piece of glass to something hot like this, it would probably just shatter that cold piece of glass. So we do have to bring it up to temperature before we use it. And all of these pieces that we're attaching now were sculpted beforehand. So this was prep work that was probably done days, months in advance. It was not made here at the museum, though. And for the few who recently are just joined in, I'm sure you can maybe already tell, but we're making a humpback whale at the center bench here. And this is designed and being made by Raven Skyriver, our visiting artist today and tomorrow and Sunday. He's here for 3 days making a variety of things and projects that he is finishing and just start to finishing. So we have started this piece all the way around 10 a.m. today. So we've been working on it for about 2.5 hours so far. And we will also be working on a squid in the second half of the day as well. So we're going to see 2 projects today. And we're just in the process of adding some fins to the sides of the humpback whale. And we still have yet to finish off the tail, but we have already sculpted the face. And this is the same logic as earlier. Some of you guys might have been here for this earlier when I was explaining, but we continuously keep torching this area where the glass is connected to the pipe and where the piece is connected to the pipe. This is because this is the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out. It's naturally getting pretty cold, and we want to make sure everything is staying right around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or higher so that we don't get any cracking or breaking from thermal shock. So we're just constantly keeping this piece warm, going back and forth in and out of the furnace, and also torching any areas that are extra cold. And we've just brought out that second fin. We're bringing it over to the second bench, or sorry, the right bench, I should say, to lightly heat it up before bringing it over. And before picking up any small piece of glass, we always torch that metal tool. We don't want to touch cold metal to hot glass, otherwise that can just immediately crack that piece. So we've picked up this fin, or I should say Raven, our visiting artist, has picked up the fin. He's heating up just the very end of it where it's going to be attached to the body using this super hot flame that gets up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. As soon as that is molten hot, he'll be able to attach it to the body. So we've just attached that second fin. You can see that connection is moving around quite a bit, so he's just keeping it stable with those tweezers. And every now and then you'll notice that Raven is going in with this small torch and he's heating up kind of the tips of all of these points that are sticking out, whether it's on the body, whether it's on the fins. And I just want to mention that when we're attaching pieces of thin glass to pieces of thick glass, we always have to apply extra heat to those thin pieces because they cool down a little bit more rapidly. So we're just once again making sure that everything is staying warm enough. And since we've had some new people join here and there, I think it's a good time to reintroduce our visiting artist who is designing and making these pieces. So once again, today we have Raven Skyriver here in the hot shop, and he's the one that has been physically adding these fins, just to point them out to you all, the one with the yellow gloves. And could I have the slideshow of his artwork up on the screen, please? Yeah, could I have Raven's artwork up on the screen, please? Yeah, so there's a slideshow that I've been showing off throughout the day today. Shows off some of his previous artwork. He makes a lot of marine life, which we actually have some on display today. We have this piece on the front pedestal closer to the left side of the hot shop here. And we have some kind of in-process pieces on the front tables, including this really incredible turtle, which they described a little bit to me this morning of how they got the texture for the shell. So if you guys have any questions about that, feel free to ask away. And could I have Raven's slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So this is the slideshow I was mentioning earlier for those who didn't have a chance to see it yet. Once again, I just wanted to show off some of his previously made artwork. Now, Raven Skyriver, he started blowing glass at around 16, and he lives and works in the greater Seattle area, continuing to make glass art. And the marine life is inspired by his island upbringing. And for these pieces that he's making in the hot shop during this residency, he's hoping that a salmon that he makes a little bit later on down the line will be able to go into the Field Notes exhibit at the Museum of Glass in November. And all of the other pieces will usually go into the galleries that he puts pieces into. One of them is the Stonington Gallery in Seattle. One of them is the Blue Rain Gallery in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And just to mention one more thing on a little bit of a different note. So once again, Raven Skyriver is going to be here today, tomorrow, and Sunday. But tomorrow we're going to be having this large event at the Museum of Glass where we actually have free admission all day into the museum tomorrow. And we're going to have something called Glass Fest Northwest. So there's going to be tents outside where they're selling glass art. There's going to be Raven Skyriver continuing to make amazing work on the hot shop floor. Free admission, and then we also have In the Spirit Northwest Native Festival as well, all going on here tomorrow all day. So if you guys are still in the area, I really recommend checking it out. Yes, and once again, I do have these cards down on this front table here with some of our visiting artist information. So if you guys want to check out his Instagram, his website, it's all on here. And it's just kind of a beautiful card with some of his artwork. And we've just brought out our first tail fin. Not really great with the anatomy names, but this is the first part of the tail that we're creating here. And once again, for those who didn't see it earlier, all of these pieces that are sculpted and are being added to the whale are sitting inside of this large silver box right here called the garage, staying right at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, staying nice and warm. So at this point, we're doing some touch-ups, making sure that everything is at the right angle. Our artist, Raven Skyriver, is trying to add just a little bit of motion to this, so he's moving those fins around. And we're just continuing to use these corkwood paddles. We've been using these throughout the entire process for a few different things, but I always like to point out that wood is an insulating material, so it's going to be pretty gentle on the glass. It's going to allow the glass to maintain a lot of heat. It's not going to shock the glass from cooling it too quickly. So right now we're really applying a lot of heat just to where the piece is kind of connected to the pipe in this connection area. And we're waiting until we see a little bit of movement in that connection. Once we see that movement, we apply water to crack that connection and break it off. And the reason we're waiting for that movement is because when we apply that water, it's going to crack the glass. If the surrounding glass is cold, those cracks can travel. But if we heat up that surrounding area and make sure that those cracks just stay right where they're placed, it makes it a lot safer to break the piece off. And who knows, maybe we'll even be cutting at that connection a little bit more, making it a little bit easier to break it off. But looks like we are pretty much finished with the shaping and forming of this humpback whale. We're just getting ready to break it off and put it away. Yeah, so at this point you can see the entire piece is slightly moving. That means that they've really built up a lot of heat in that connection area. Yeah, so if you want any photos, I'd get them now before the piece is put away. And when we do put it away, by the way, we're going to be putting it in this large black box over on the right wall here called the annealer. This is going to hold it right around 925 degrees Fahrenheit as we continue to fill that box up throughout the day with our pieces. And then it's programmed to very slowly cool down overnight. This is usually about a 12-hour cycle, so we won't see any of these pieces again until tomorrow at least. Yeah, you can always tell when we're getting ready to break a piece off when you see somebody suited up in these Kevlar gloves. And these Kevlar gloves, well, apparently they're the same material as firefighting suits, but they will protect the artist as they physically pick this piece of glass up to put it away. You can still feel the heat through it, so you want to handle it as quickly as possible. And right here, Sarah's holding her hands underneath the piece just in case it decides to pop off the end of the pipe a little bit early. But we have just carved in that connection point, making it easier to break off in a moment. And it looks like we are now officially breaking this piece off. So we just apply a little bit of water to that connection point. You can hear that cracking in the glass. This is physically cracking that connection. And then all we would have to do is tap the pipe. This should break that piece cleanly off. And let's give them a huge round of applause for finishing that humpback whale. Very exciting and anxiety-producing moment, but this piece is away. They've set it on top of a quote-unquote pillow inside of this annealer. So this is supporting the weight and kind of letting it rest comfortably on that insulation. And that piece is done. So we won't see it again until tomorrow once again, but let's give them another round of applause for all their hard work. We've been working on that since about 10 a.m., so that was about a 3-hour process. And I believe that that is lunch. These guys are going to need an hour-long break, so we'll be back at around 2 p.m., and then we'll start on the squid that we're going to be making today. Yeah, if anyone has any final questions for me, you are free to ask away. You're also welcome to sit and enjoy the warmth of the hot shop, but once again, we're going to take an hour-long break, so we won't be back until about 2 p.m. All right, so welcome into the hot shop to everyone who joined. If you guys were here earlier, you saw us make a humpback whale in the hot shop. And next, earlier, they told me that they're going to be making a squid in the second half of the day. So that's what we'll be seeing in the hot shop. We've just come in from our lunch break, so we're just getting started here. That means that you'll see the entire process from the beginning, where we apply the color, where we blow out a bubble. And we have a visiting artist with us today. I should definitely mention there may be some information in your pamphlet about him, but his name is Raven Skyriver, and he's the one right up in the front here with me. He's been working on all of these pieces so far today. He's going to be here tomorrow and Sunday as well. And we have some kind of in-progress works that are laid out on these two front tables that will be worked on during this residency as well. This piece here, we have some fins for a salmon, and this is something that will be worked on for sure. And then we have this really intricate turtle over here, which I got a little description of how they created some of the designs on this turtle. So if you guys are curious about that, I can give you that little rundown. But yeah, we're just getting started, so I'm going to give a little overview of the hot shop. I'll talk about our visiting artist some more and show you some of his... Actually, I don't think I need to show you his previous work. You guys all saw the slideshow on the screen before we came in, right? Yeah, enough of it. I can always play it again if you want me to, but that was all his work, some stuff that he's previously created. And now for that little overview of the hot shop. So in the back, kind of on the right side here, we have the glass furnace that we're going to be using today. It's the large tank with the closed door. And inside of this tank, we have a large pool of molten glass sitting inside of a ceramic crucible. And it stays at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit 24/7. That glass is always ready for us to use. And then we have these open face furnaces at each bench. These run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And of course, as I mentioned already, these are used for reheating only. There's nothing physically inside of those open face furnaces. We shut those off at night and turn them back on in the morning. And throughout this process, we'll be using this large silver box here. This is called the garage, and anything that we put inside of here is going to be heated up to or kept right around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is really helpful because this is not hot enough to melt or change the shape of the glass. It's not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock. So anytime we have multiple pieces coming together to create one larger object, we usually need to keep multiple of those pieces warm while we work on the main body, for example. And then just in case some of you guys didn't get a good look, could I have Raven's slideshow up on the screen, please? Now, it looks like we'll have to wait on that just a moment, but for any of you that didn't see the slideshow, we do have a couple of complete pieces down on these front table and pedestals here. Oh, there we go. Up on the screen, we have that slideshow running now. Now, Raven Skyriver, he's been blowing glass since he was about 16. And he lives and works continuing to blow glass in the greater Seattle area. Think about in Stanwood, Washington. And as you'll see, he creates a lot of pieces that are relating to marine life, and this is actually inspired by his island upbringing. And he's hoping that the salmon that he makes during this residency will actually go into an upcoming exhibit here at the museum called Field Notes. That's going to be opening in November. So you guys might get to see a piece be made in the hot shop that's going into an exhibit that you can see in person as well. And if it doesn't go into there, he has a couple of galleries that he puts his work into. One of them is more local, Stonington Gallery in Seattle. And then he also puts pieces in Blue Rain Gallery in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And just to mention something important. Tomorrow we will have a special event happening, the Glass Fest Northwest and In the Spirit Northwest Native Festival. Two things going on at the same time at the museum here. There will be free admission into the museum all day, and there will be a ton of tents outside with some vendors that are selling glass art themselves. So if you guys are in the area, you guys should definitely check it out. Okay, so something I should point out is we have some closed captioning on the screen. Later on, we'll be using some really loud torches, and that sound really echoes throughout the entire hot shop. So I just want to point that out before we even get started on making this piece so that you guys can make sure to understand what I'm saying throughout the entire process. So we're already starting off with some really detailed work. We often don't see this super small flame that Raven has in his hand right now, but this is allowing him to use really small pieces of glass without kind of melting them uncontrollably. Instead, we have this really fine focused flame. And it looks like he's going in with a stringer, which is a strand of colored glass, and just creating these really small details. And I have never seen one of these squids made myself in person, so I'm kind of along for the ride with you guys, figuring out what's going on one step at a time. I would assume that this is going to become something like the eye, just based on the level of detail and the shape so far. And I'll also mention before I continue to kind of follow along with what they're doing, if you guys ever have any questions at any point, feel free to just grab my attention and I'll come right over to answer your questions. And that applies to the entire audience. You guys can always shout from the back and I'll be able to hear you. So I'm not quite sure if we have the camera set up for this, but around the corner here, we have something called the powder booth. And this is where we apply powdered colored glass to the surface of our pieces. We have to do it in this special booth to make sure that any of that powdered glass is going to be sucked into a ventilation system instead of sucked into our lungs. So we're just being extra careful and we're around the corner in the powder booth right now. They're most likely taking some powder inside of a sort of sifter and sifting it over top of the glass. And this is literally just a broken up colored glass that's really fine to the point of it being powder. We have colored glass that comes in many different forms, and this is a very common form right here called color bar, for example. Yeah, so it's just seeing exactly what they were doing with that piece of glass when they disappeared around the corner, and apparently this is actually a silver leaf that they just applied to the entire surface of the glass, which you could kind of see on the screen. Since this is such a small object, it's kind of hard to tell, but there is now silver leaf covering this entire face of the glass, facing away from the pipe. And we can use silver leaf and gold leaf in our pieces. We can also use silver fuming and gold fuming to get sort of iridescent colors in the glass. But as long as we don't superheat this piece of glass, the foil will stay at this really nice, shiny, almost mirror-like finish. So I was just checking in on both the benches and just seeing what they're doing. At the center bench, you could see that they're applying a brand new leaf of that silver. So this is that process you kind of just barely missed earlier for the first eye we created. And then over on the right bench, Sarah's getting started basically on the main body of this squid. So far, she only has clear glass on the end of her hollow pipe, but eventually this clear glass is going to be stuffed inside of a round bottom cup to pick that cup up on the outside. And then this cup is going to have color on it and basically give us a color across the entire surface of the piece. And the cups are sitting inside of this box on the floor right here. We're just bringing them up to, I think, about 1,000 to 1,050 degrees Fahrenheit to be very specific. So we'll eventually come over with that bubble and then stuff it inside of that stuff cup or color cup, either way. Oh yeah, and I don't think I mentioned this quite yet. I've already kind of introduced our visiting artist, once again, Raven Skyriver, the one who has been sitting down and working at the center bench. But I actually have some cards of his down in the front, and this is his Instagram and his website, as well as some images of some more of his work on the front. So if anyone would like some of that information, I have it right here in the front, and feel free to just ask me for it. And if anyone else is curious, I've gotten a couple of questions about the people on the hot shop floor in general, other than our visiting artist. So our visiting artist is here for 3 days. He's brought in a couple of assistants with him, his wife, and then another assistant, Lycan, with the red hat. And then everyone else is actually our Museum of Glass hot shop team that works here full time. No matter what is going on during the day, they're always here helping visiting artists, making items for the Museum of Glass store, or maybe even working on commission projects, kind of rarely. And all of these people, they have about 20 to 30 years of experience. So after letting that clear glass bubble over on the right bench cool down a little bit, we're now gathering one more layer of clear over top of that entire bubble. So once again, this is our glass furnace for those who haven't seen us use it yet. Each time we go in, we're getting a new layer of clear glass. And this is actually a strip gather specifically. So we dripped a lot of that clear glass off the end of the pipe and into a bucket. And this is leaving us with a thinner layer of clear over top of that bubble. And the idea behind this is to superheat the surface. This molten glass is basically as hot as you can get this bubble. And then we will very soon bring it over and then stick it inside of that color cup inside of this box here. And just to point out all the color cups that we've been using today, they've all been made on a previous date and then we can actually bring them up to hot shop temperature slowly and then use them. So we can have multi-day projects where we do a lot of prep work one day, and the next day we actually start putting things together. So after giving that a brief heat, we're coming right over to this box in the front, and we're going straight up and down when we go inside of this color cup, making sure that we touch the bottom of the inside of the cup first, and then continue to press down, which fills up the cup. So now that we have this cup on the outside of our clear bubble, this means that we have that white color on the very surface of the entire piece at this point. And we're rolling it on this little metal table called the Marver. We have these throughout the hot shop, and at this moment, we're using it just to completely press the sides of the cup into the bubble so that we don't have any overhang left over. And each time one of these smaller pieces of glass at the center bench is made, these are being knocked off into the garage. And some of you guys may remember earlier I was describing this. It just holds everything we put inside of it right at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is not hot enough to melt or change the shape of the glass, but it's also not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock. And now that we're done with those smaller pieces at the center bench, we bring over the white bubble of glass that is going to turn into the larger section of our squid. Which, yes, once again, if anyone has joined since I've started talking, we're making a squid at this moment. We started with some smaller details, and we are now starting to work on the main body, I believe, which is this bubble at the center bench. So just overhearing the glass blowers conversation, it's sounding like we're going to get one more layer of clear over top of this white layer of glass. And then next we're going to pick up yet another color cup over top of this, which is going to kind of layer multiple colors on top of each other. And just based on that line of thinking, I'm thinking that this next layer of color is probably going to be either semi-transparent. You'll be able to see through it in some sort of way, so you can see that white layer underneath. It's going to add kind of some depth to the piece because we'll have a transparent laid over top of an opaque color like this. This is just a Dremel, by the way. We're just grinding at the surface of the glass. There's probably some small particles that got stuck in the surface, and they want to make sure to get rid of those before they move on. And after reheating this piece of glass, Raven is next going in with a pad. This is actually just folded up newspaper soaked with water. This is as close as they'll get to using their hands to shape the glass. So right now we're just letting this glass cool down a little bit, just like we were doing over on that right bench when we let that clear glass cool down to pick up one more layer of clear glass from inside of the furnace and then go for the next color cup. So we're just going through that same process again. We always let the glass cool down quite a bit before we gather another layer of clear. This lets the internal temperature cool down so that when we get that next layer of clear, it doesn't immediately start like moving and flopping around kind of uncontrollably. The center will instead stay a little bit more solid, and then the outside will be fresh and hot, and that's exactly what we want. We don't want a lot of movement. So now we're getting that next layer of clear. Just like last time, we're probably going to strip some of this clear off by hanging it over top of that bucket, letting some of that clear drip off. And by the way, I should mention all of the glass that's being dripped into this bucket here, this is all specifically clear glass only and ever. And then later on, eventually we'll be able to crush it up and then throw it back into the clear furnace to completely reuse that clear glass. And we do this relatively frequently because we do often have lots of clear scrap left over. So right after getting that fresh layer of clear, we go back into the furnace. We're heating it up a little bit more. And then we'll come right over to this box in the front and pick up our next color cup. And once again, the cups inside of this box, they were being preheated to between 1,000 and 1,050 degrees Fahrenheit. Just making sure that it doesn't crack when it touches that hot molten glass going inside of it. So just like that, we have picked up our next layer of colored glass. And then once again, just like the time when we picked up the white color cup, we're just smoothing the surface of the glass back out using the marver, this metal table. The goal is mostly just to make sure that the area where the cup is connected is really smooth and flush, and that that cup is completely touched down all the way across the bubble. And I can't remember, did I tell you guys what's going on tomorrow at the Museum of Glass? Did anybody hear what was going on tomorrow? I just want to make sure I didn't repeat information on accident, but it seems like you guys don't know what's happening tomorrow. So I'll let you know. But tomorrow there's actually going to be free admission all day to the Museum of Glass because there's going to be the Glass Fest Northwest. There's going to be a bunch of booths outside, some tents, and they're going to be selling some glass art outside from tons of different vendors. And then we're also going to have our visiting artists here tomorrow and Sunday. So you'll be able to see more of what he makes tomorrow if you do come back. So I think it's just a really good opportunity. If you guys are still in the area, then definitely return tomorrow because it'll be free admission and there will be even more going on. And on the screen, we have a view of the pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water that we set the pipe down into, cools the pipe down pretty rapidly. And for anyone that's recently joined, I just want to point out that we're working on making a squid right now. We have just gotten started on the body itself. We've already made the eyes for this squid, and I have never seen one of these made in the hot shop, so I'm kind of watching it play out at the same time you guys are. It's a little bit hard for me to predict exactly what they're doing here, but once again, we're working on the body itself. We already have multiple layers of color within this glass already. We have this mostly completely opaque white layer of glass, and then we have sort of an opalescent semi-transparent color over top of that. And we're getting ready to start blowing this out. Right now we're rolling it on the marver, this metal table, which is actually cooling the glass down wherever it touches. It's like pulling heat out of the glass, and it's going to prevent the bubble from blowing out very much in that direction. Kind of controls which areas we want thicker, which areas we want thinner, and what shape we're going to end up with. And next at the center bench, we're going back in with this pad. Once again, this is just folded newspaper soaked in water. And this is when we would start blowing into the end of the pipe to expand this glass like a balloon, making the walls a little bit thinner, making the shape a little bit bigger. The blowing is really easy to miss. They only do it for maybe even just a few seconds at a time every once in a while. And I get asked frequently how hard people have to blow, so just real quick, you actually have to blow pretty softly sometimes to make sure that you don't thin the glass out so much that it can just spontaneously break. We have to be kind of careful with how hard we blow. And right here, it's maybe a little bit hard to tell, but Raven is going in with the newspapers, and he's actually able to squeeze his fingers together, which is squeezing in a section of the glass. That's why we have this kind of point on the end all of a sudden. And this is something we do when we're creating wastes in vases, for example. If we want like an hourglass shape, they can actually physically squeeze and kind of dig their fingers in through the newspapers. And for those who just joined in, right now we're making a squid in the hot shop. So just to catch you up a little bit, we already have all the color that we need on this glass, I believe. And so we're just blowing it out from here and creating the main body of the squid itself. And right now we're going in with a pair of jacks, which are these 2 metal blades, and we're squeezing kind of in the middle of the bubble. And once again, I have not seen one of these made, so I'm only guessing, but it looks like maybe the top of the squid, kind of where we have that flat triangular shape, is going to be the furthest end from the pipe, and that section that we've just created by jack lining the middle of it is probably going to turn into the legs. But once again, I'm kind of only guessing. And it seems like I actually do have a video for you all to watch. This is actually a sort of meet the artist video about our visiting artist who's here with us today. Once again, Raven Skyriver, the one who's sitting and working at the center bench. So I think I am going to play that video. So could I have that video, please? Thank you.
My name is Raven Skyriver, and I'm from Lopez Island, Washington. It's a small island in the San Juan Islands. I was born in a house with no running water or electricity, and my mom pretty much didn't allow TV in the house, so it was a lot of just playing out in the woods and being on the water as a young kid. As a young boy and all throughout my life, I've made trips up to the outside of Vancouver Island. So this is a direct inspiration of my upbringing, the salmon, and also an icon of the Pacific Northwest and a staple of the native people of this area. My other work as well is, you know, from the north, Alaska down to here, whales and fish and stuff. As far as the dynamicism of the work, I think that's probably one of the hardest things is proportion and getting everything to look like in the right place. That's one hard aspect, but the other, and I think one of the more difficult things about making something is giving it a dynamic flow and making it look alive and giving it motion when it's a static object. So that's something I'm still striving towards, and I feel like this is a more recent piece. I feel like I'm getting better at that, but it's always something I'm trying to put into the work, is breathing a little life into it and making it look as though it has motion. I like to work from a reference pretty much always. A lot of these books are really great examples of not only the coloration and the form, but also the movement of the creatures that are being depicted in glass. So it helps me not only catch the form and color, but also the mannerisms and how the creatures move in their environments. Don't make the pattern too organized or anything. The coloring of the bubble is a big part of what goes into it. So it's been a long time as far as the process of figuring out which colors go where and what works well together. Some things I try to be a little more whimsical with and do a looser interpretation. So I've definitely spent a lot of time developing which colors work well together. I have a lot of ideas. That's definitely something I don't have any shortage of. I guess I want to keep exploring similar forms, but there's other things that I haven't tried yet that I definitely want to delve into as well. I would love to express my gratitude to the museum and also to this amazing crew that the museum offers and that I've been able to assemble as well. Couldn't do any of this on my own.
Now, next we're going in with 2 corkwood paddles, and as the name might suggest, these are just made out of corkwood. And we're flattening the sides of this piece. I always like to mention that the reason we use wooden tools, because obviously you can see that they're burning and creating smoke, is because they're an insulating material. They're going to allow the glass to maintain a lot of its heat. They're going to be very gentle on the glass. And so it's really important that we use wooden tools, even though they will burn over time and be unusable at a certain point. And now that this glass has started to cool down a little bit over time, you can start to see the iridescence kind of on the surface of the glass. I just want to point that out. That was the second layer of color we added that gave us that iridescence. And for those who just joined in, by the way, we are currently working on a squid at the center bench right here. And this is designed and currently being sculpted and created by our visiting artist, Raven Skyriver. So once again, he's the one with the yellow gloves on. He's our visiting artist here for the next couple of days. He'll be here through Sunday. And earlier today, we made a humpback whale, which was really cool. I've never seen one sculpted or made in person. And I also want to mention, because I know that you guys probably won't be able to be here the whole weekend, but if you're curious about the other stuff that Raven is going to continue to make, we actually live stream every single day that we're in the hot shop, and it can be found on YouTube or the Museum of Glass website. So you guys can always just kind of pop in and check to see what we're working on, and then just watch us blow glass whenever you want, really. So to create these sort of fins at the top of the squid, we've actually flattened a portion of this glass and are stretching it out even further using basically a giant pair of tweezers. This will just be mirrored to the other side as well. And I know I mentioned a torch that was very similar to this one earlier, but this one is the hottest item in the hot shop right here. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And so it's going to very quickly heat up a small section of glass at a time. It's really important for detail work. As you can imagine, if we want to work on just one small section of the piece and then we heat up the entire thing, then we lose details in the other portions that we've already worked on. So we just need to heat up one small section at a time, and this torch really helps us with that. And over on this right bench, if you missed the very early on process, we're going to be doing something called a color drop or a color overlay, where we take a piece of color bar, solid piece of colored glass like this, and we will melt it down and then drop it on top of a small clear bubble. And then we spread that color, completely covering up that clear, and this is how we create a layer of color across the entire surface of the piece, or just across the piece in general. Usually this color is sandwiched in between layers of clear. We often use very little color in ratio with the clear just because it's so rich. And to create a sharper and more geometric shape for these fins, our artist is actually going in with a pair of shears and cutting some of that glass off. So now we have basically a little bit more of a triangular point to both of these fins. So we've just brought over another pipe with a little bit of clear on the end, and this is a hollow connection. This allows us to blow a little bit more air into the piece even after we remove it from its original pipe. And to remove it from its original pipe, we apply some water to physically crack that connection. Then we tap the pipe, and that should pop the piece right off the end. So all of the furnaces that we're using in the hot shop, all these various tools, we're using natural gas and forced air. But with the torches, we actually use propane and oxygen. And then on top of that, these boxes that we have along the walls and kind of in the front here, those are all electric. So we have 3 different kinds of energy that we're using in here. So I find that kind of interesting myself. And just in case I didn't tell any newcomers, right now we're working on making a squid in the hot shop. And we are done with kind of the upper portion of the squid. Next, we're going to have to work on the tentacles, and we're going to have to attach the eyes, which we already made earlier, actually. And whenever we make smaller sculptural pieces that are going to be added to a piece, we always set them aside in this large silver box here called the garage. So you'll see us use this later on when we pull those eyes back out. They're just staying warm in there at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, so we've had some newcomers join here and there, so I want to give a little overview of the hot shop itself. In the back, to start off, I want to point out our glass furnace itself. This is where we're getting the clear molten glass. It's sitting inside of a ceramic crucible right at around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it stays that temperature 24/7. It can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass as well, I should mention. These other furnaces with the open faces, these run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And they're used for reheating only, so there's just a flame that kind of shoots into that furnace and continuously keeps it warm. And we will be using these torches a lot as well. This large fluffy flame is around the same temperature as the furnaces, but it's going to heat up a section of glass at a time instead of the entire thing inside of the furnace. So this helps us with detail. And of course, I know you guys missed kind of the beginning of the process, but this is where we're getting our color, is from something called color bar. And it's just a solid piece of color through and through. Comes from different metal oxides and minerals mixed into the glass. And when you see a colored piece of glass like this that is blown, it's actually just a thin layer of color, and it's usually sandwiched by multiple layers of clear around it. And then, of course, we're going to be using this box over here. This stays right at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is a happy medium temperature for glass. It's not hot enough to change its shape. It's not cold enough to let it break from thermal shock. So we'll be using that box to keep the eyes for the squid warm, which we already made. And the eyes are very reflective. They're really cool. They're made with actual silver leaf, which we do to create a sort of metallic appearance of the glass. And we have 2 layers of color on this piece. On the very surface, we have a sort of opalescent color, which you can see in the semi-transparent, clear-ish layer. And then we have a white base layer, of course. And I want to double check, see what they're working on over on the right bench. So over on that right bench, they're actually just doing a little bit of prep work for tomorrow. So we're just going to focus on the center bench here, making the squid. Now, once again, our visiting artist today, his name is Raven Skyriver. For those who haven't seen his work, we actually have some pieces of his on these front tables and pedestals. This one is a completed piece on this front pedestal that's lit up. And then we have some kind of works in progress down here as well, including this turtle. I think all of these are aiming to be finished during this residency, so over the next couple of days. And I want to mention for anyone that didn't hear earlier, tomorrow we actually have a special event going on. Tomorrow we'll have free admission into the museum all day. And on top of that, there's something going on called Glass Fest Northwest. And we'll also have In the Spirit Northwest Native Festival. All of that happening at the same time here at the museum, which means that there's going to be tents outside with people selling glass art. There's going to be these same people down here making incredible marine life glass art. At the center bench, we focused a lot of heat using this smaller handheld torch on just this one small section of glass. And after applying all that heat, Raven has gone in with a pair of shears and cut that glass in half right there. And it looks like we're bringing over one of our first sculptural bits for this piece on the end of a heated tray. Before picking this up with the metal tweezers, Raven, of course, first put the flame on the tweezers, just briefly preheating them. We want to make sure we don't touch any cold metal to hot glass, otherwise it can crack it. And that is our first eye. We just pressed it into the side of the piece. Yes, and once again, over on that right bench, they're making something called a color cup, which is just a cup with a round bottom, and they will later on use this by creating another bubble of clear glass and then stuffing that bubble of clear inside of that cup of colored glass to basically pick it up on the outside. And that creates a layer of color on the very outside of the piece. It's the same thing we did for this squid here at the center bench. That opalescent color you see over top of all of that clear glass, that was on a color cup, and that's how we got that color on the surface of the piece. Yeah, so all of the glass on this piece is probably only a little bit above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which means that it's all going to be moving, but all of the glass is kind of around a taffy or putty texture rather than completely liquid molten. So it's pretty controllable right now. And on top of that, whenever we stick any piece of glass onto hot glass, they're going to almost fuse together. So they're really, really stuck onto the piece. The eyes, I mean, are really stuck onto the piece. We don't have to worry about them popping off or melting off. So once again, we're just kind of cutting section after section of the opening of this piece at the center bench. Once again, we're making a squid, so we're separating this piece into 6 parts, I believe. I think squids have 6 legs, and they're going to pull them out to turn them into individual legs, just kind of based off of the octopi that I've seen them make. That seems to be the route that they're going. And I know some of you guys joined a little bit later than others, so I don't think that some of you guys have seen the slideshow that shows off some of our visiting artists' artwork. So up on the screen, we have that slideshow going now. Once again, our visiting artist is Raven Skyriver. So this is all, or some of his previously made work. We have one of his turtles down on this front table right here. It is technically unfinished. They will probably be putting it together in one of the next 2 days. And then we had one of these humpback whales made earlier today. That was really impressive to watch. Yeah, that's a really good question. Earlier today, I was mentioning what might happen to some of these items, but I think I've forgotten to mention it to the second half of the day, people. With the salmon parts up here, they're hoping to make an entire salmon and finish it this weekend, and they're hoping that salmon will go into an upcoming exhibit at the Museum of Glass called Field Notes, and that's opening in November. So some people may see this salmon made and then come back to the museum and then see it on display. But with all the other pieces, our visiting artist has a couple of galleries that he puts his artwork into. One of them is in Seattle, and it's called Stonington Gallery. And then another one is in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and it's called Blue Rain. So Raven did bring in 2 people to help him out with his work. He brought in his wife, who's a glass artist as well, talking to our hot shop manager. And then he also brought in Lycan, who's sitting down at the center bench right now, torching. And so he did bring in 2 assistants. That is not very common for visiting artists, however, because we have such a professional full-time glassblowing team here. So everyone else down here, they work here pretty much full-time for the Museum of Glass. They have about 20 to 30 years of glassblowing experience. Yeah, on top of these pieces being individual and unique, they are also standalone pieces. So since we have a marine life theme, someone was asking earlier like if they were all going to be connected together or displayed together, but they're still standalone pieces. Our visiting artist just really likes to continue along with that marine life theme pretty much no matter what he's making. I just thought that would be important to mention. So for those who just joined, you might already be able to tell, but we're making a squid on the hot shop floor right at this moment. And we're just working on the legs now. We've already attached the eyes. We've already created the upper half of the body. And earlier today, we actually created a humpback whale as well. That one was relatively large. I think they said about like 2 to 3 feet, 3 feet-ish. So a pretty big piece. We're already really far along in the process of making this squid. We've already applied all the color we need. We've sculpted the eyes, attached the eyes. So we are just working on the legs at this point. Now with the legs, it's important that we don't let them touch each other before we start stretching them out. So every now and then they are kind of separating them and spinning the pipe to flare them out a little bit, prevent them from touching. And we're just going to work on these legs one by one. So we've just pulled out our first leg. We've given it a little twist just to kind of give the piece some movement. And now we'll be able to start focusing on the next leg. And this cycle just continues until we have all of those legs created. By the way, I do want to talk about this turtle that we have down in the front here. I personally think it's really impressive and interesting how they created it. So the shell itself is blown. All of the other components are actually sculpted in solid glass. But for this really intricate pattern where we have the plates of green and amber color, and then these kind of cream colored lines, they actually have the piece is completely covered in this cream color, and then they covered that color up with the amber and green, and then they attached stickers to the surface of the piece and then etched away those lines to create this really intricate detail. And the way that they etched it is through sandblasting, by the way. So yeah, they sandblasted the surface, the stickers covered up and protected the color, and then it revealed that cream color wherever it did blast away the surface. It's a really cool piece. And they're going to be finishing that off this weekend, by the way. And welcome into the hot shop. I'm not sure if you were here earlier, but we're making a squid right now in the hot shop. And we're just working on the arms of the squid at the moment. Over on the right bench, we have an unrelated project. They're just doing a little bit of prep work for tomorrow. And yeah, they're going to be here tomorrow and Sunday as well for a 3-day residency, continuing to make a bunch of marine life in general. Oh yeah, and tomorrow is something called Glass Fest, where we're gonna have tents outside and there will be people selling glass art. We'll have special events all day. There's free admission tomorrow and everything for the entire day. So that's what they're setting up for up there, if you're curious. And say goodbye to the turtle shell because they're actually putting it inside of this top load annealer. So this is going to bring it up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so that they can actually start to complete that turtle. And this is telling me that they're probably going to be working on that project tomorrow if they actually put it in there. But yeah, when we finish this turtle, it has to be brought up to that temperature really slowly. So we'll do that using this large box in the front. Welcome back to the hot shop. As you can see, we've come really far for our squid. We already have most of the arms slash tentacles made. We're just finishing those off one by one. Yeah, we're getting really close here. And then over on that right bench, once again, this is an unrelated project. They're just doing a little bit of prep work for tomorrow, but this has gotten a lot larger already. So that piece we just finished over on the right bench has been knocked off into this box up in the front here. And this is going to slowly cool down overnight, and then we'll be able to use it tomorrow by bringing it back up to that temperature and then picking it up on top of another bubble of glass. And I hope you guys got a good look at this turtle up in the front here, because it's looking like they are planning on putting it inside of this box up in the front pretty soon, getting it ready to be heated up and used later on. Not later on today, probably more like tomorrow. Yeah, these are two corkwood paddles, and I'm not sure if you guys saw us use them earlier, but I was explaining corkwood is really gentle on the glass. It's very insulating. It's not going to pull a lot of heat out. And that's especially important right here because we have all these really thin pieces of glass that are the tentacles. And right there, we were just trying to fix up the shape of the tentacles. They kind of had almost a little bit of an oval shape if you looked at them from the inside of the squid. And then when we squished it, it went back to a more perfectly round shape is the best way I can describe that move. Yeah, since we've already finished all the tentacles from here, it's just little touch-ups, making sure everything is lined up the way he wants, and making sure everything has some really nice movement to it. That's something that's really important to Raven, is having movement in his piece, because it's realism, it really brings it to life. So watching the eyes being made was really cool. They basically created a really small disc of clear glass, and then they took something called a stringer, which is basically a strand of colored glass, and they melted down a small section of it, used it to create the pupil, which is kind of like a boxy line. And then they covered that black line with silver leaf, and that was the back of the eye, was the pupil and the silver leaf. So when they placed the silver leaf against the side, like of the face, that creates a mirror-like effect on the inside of the eye. And so if you looked at it closely, you'd see the eyes looked almost a little bit mirrored because of the silver leaf. But yeah, that was pretty much it. They sculpted them individually and set them aside, and then they attached them later on. Yeah, just in case you guys didn't see this torch earlier, this one has the finest flame out of all the torches I've seen in this hot shop. So this is really good for super small details. Like we're just curling the very, very ends of these tentacles right now, just touching them up a little bit. Yeah, earlier when they were making these tentacles, they would pull the glass out, stretch it out, and then cut off a small section, and that left kind of a blunt end. So to make it sharper and more natural looking, they're just picking off a little bit of glass and tapering the very ends of each of the tentacles. Yeah, so for those who just joined in right now, we're just finishing this squid off at the center bench. And these are just corkwood paddles that we're using right here. We're just adjusting the entire shape overall by squishing it in one direction. Yeah, at this point, it's mostly just touching up and corrections, making sure everything is perfect before we put it away. And after using those corkwood paddles, sometimes this will leave residue behind, so we're just brushing at the surface of the glass. And at this point, they're getting ready to break the piece off and fully put it away. So they're starting to torch this connection area where the glass is physically connected to the pipe until they start to see a little bit of movement in that connection. And then to break the piece off, they apply water, which cracks the glass from thermal shock. Then they tap the pipe, and that should pop the piece right off. It's a little bit of a process breaking these pieces off because we have so many fragile parts of the glass. We want to make sure that everything stays warm. So to break this piece off, once again, we're just applying a little bit of water. And next we tap the pipe. And that piece was successfully broken off. So now we are done. And this is going into the annealer. This box sits at around 925 degrees Fahrenheit. With the press of a button, everything slowly cools down. Yes, so once again, the visiting artist that created all of this work, his name is Raven Skyriver, and if anyone wants any last minute information on the visiting artist, I have these cards up in the front with his Instagram and his website. You can check out some more of his work. And he's going to be here for the next 2 days. And remember, tomorrow is free admission into the museum all day, so feel free to stop by again.